And did it work? Are we here? How about some clapping? Yes. So, audio input capture looks good. I think we're good. So, everything has completely changed. There isn't anything the same from the last time we did a stream over here. So, what could possibly go wrong today? A whole bunch of stuff I don't know a whole lot about. We're going to build a printer. It's fantastic. We've got coffee. There's a bunch of folks in the chat. Hello to you all. I see Tom, the Maker Viking, is here. Magnus is here. James, Rushmeyer 3D is here. Andy. Nice 3DP. You will hear a lot of printers. You will hear crashing because I've got an automated setup over there that's dumping parts into a box. I got one back here. But I have to continue to print today because we are doing back-to-back weekend streams. So we're going to do this one this week. It's going to take at least today and tomorrow. And we're going to do one next weekend that will take 2 days. And I got to get all the parts printed. So you will hear some stuff like that. Where's the clutter? It is gone. I have successfully organized everything, and it only took me like 3 months. Andrew, greetings. Jim, hello. Kyle, Alan, lots of people here. So today is the SecKit TANK build, and this one's pretty interesting. It's a pretty high-end machine. You might remember the SecKit SK Go. Derek, thank you very much for the 100. I am glad to be back. But thank you for the support and the welcome. It has been a very interesting time trying to get everything done and come back to make videos on somewhat of a schedule. I was actually about, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks longer than I wanted to be. But as you know, if you try to remodel something, nothing ever goes to plan. So, well, so please come to my house and fix my clutter. Yes. So we have a lot of work to do, friends. Now, again, everything is different. Hopefully I can find everything that I need. Everything should be somewhat close, but we're going to find out. So the link, hopefully I did everything correctly leading up to this. Let me make sure the description is correct. It is. There is a link to this printer in the description if you'd like to check it out. Some people even like to look at the manual while we go through this. Totally up to you. A lot of this is going to be unpacking and seeing what we got and organizing a few things here and there. And what was it? Oh, Nightbot. Nightbot is in chat. So you know the drill. As people come in, they want to know the build volume, what it is, and all that stuff. Nightbot should be putting that in like every 10 minutes or something like that. So we should be good. Also, with the new build, we finally do have a ceiling view once again. And it's not too bad. I managed to get it a little more square from the last time I tested it. I got like a little clamp up here now. So at least we can now see a little bit better what's in the box. So we're just going to start there. Andy, Hank is doing okay. He's a very old dog, but he's still getting around, managing to do all his dog stuff. So he's hanging in there. He's doing all right. Thank you for asking. I'll let him know you were concerned. So, enough about me. How's everyone been? I know we did a stream a couple of weeks ago, maybe, with Daniel Noray, which was a lot of fun. Where's that view? There you go. Which was a lot of fun. I always enjoy talking to Daniel. I don't get to do it near enough, but I had a couple of occasions, not stream and off stream, to get caught up with him. He's one of the nicest guys, and he has made so many cool things over the years. I know we had that stream, but other than that, I haven't talked with much. I haven't talked with a lot of you folks, even via chat. So hopefully you're all doing well. Bob, what's up? Paul, the Texan, how's it going? I am doing well. I'm doing good. Okay. That is a serious build plate right there, friends. This is 350, 350, 400. I'll just say that. Again, it will scroll by. But, heat-treated aluminum, probably, whatever you would like to call it, mix 6, all that good stuff. In fact, I'm going to set some of this stuff over here, because I'm pretty sure we have to do all the frame stuff first. We have flex sheet, standard magnet plate. Cool. Tom got lots of stuff done. Nice. We've got the bed, 400 watt. The heated bed. We have a piece of Bowden tube. Guessing that's just to guide this machine because I'm pretty sure this is a direct drive. Please tell me you're going to run Clipper on this beast. I think he does have a Clipper option. I will run whatever he suggests out of the box. Oh, look how cute that is. I almost don't want to take this covering off. It's such a pretty elephant. I like it. I wish our panels came with elephant protectant on it. Alright. What we got? Hopefully I didn't open this upside down. I did. Well, welcome back to streaming. Let's see what hung out in it. We didn't do too bad. Thank you, Steven. Hey, Joel. It's rolled aluminum plate and not cast. Okay. It looks like... Oh, some of these parts are pretty good. I'm just going to throw it all in here, and then we're going to figure it out from there. Ernest was concerned that he was going to scratch the new tabletop. So, we'll figure that out as we go, too. I've got a mat or something we can use. Now, Ernest did include all the printed parts, but I also printed another set, just in case. These look pretty nice. So my printed parts are over here. So let's get our printed parts lined up. Power supply, we won't need that for a minute or two. It's nice to have a few more work areas. I'm just going to try really hard not to fill them up with stuff immediately. Sorted in chaos. That's how I do my best work. These are some pretty serious parts. I guess those are PLA. They're really hard. What else? Probably don't need... There's our relay, our fans, cords and wiring and such. We have an inductive probe. The bottom of the box has been opened. You are correct. So, first lesson from this stream. Don't do that. There's some double-sided tape and a whole bunch of hardware. Here's where the organizing is going to come in. We're going to have to work on that. I expect, Ernest says you can do it in like 4 to 6 hours or something like that. I expect it will take us around 8. Interesting hot end setup. Looks like some sort of volcano type hot end. Lots of pulleys. End stop switches. That's gonna take a while. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. I figured for today... Oh, they use a fly maker, a mellow board. Cool. Some of these are pretty good, and they're very affordable. This is a Fly CDY V2. What else? All our rails. And some heat sinks. A fuse holder. I'm not sure what that is. I will find out. I'm guessing that is some sort of spring to keep the bed from dropping, because it is belt driven, but I don't know that for sure. We'll find out together. Have I fallen down the basement stairs per the logo? Not quite that dramatically. I have had some close calls. Mostly down the stairs, the biggest worry is I bang my head on the threshold roughly once a week. So that doesn't make you any smarter, I can tell you that. Out of the box is Rep Wrap. Awesome. I like Rep Wrap. And some zip ties. It's kind of cold down here today. It's making my nose run. All right. Box number 1 is done. If it says like this side up on the other side, no, but it does have a label on it, so I should have known that. I do have a lot more room over here now to throw crap. You know how I like to toss things? I can even walk around it now. I don't have to step over it. It's amazing. Okay, this is an intimidating amount of hardware, I'm not going to lie. How do I want to lay this out? So, I want to kind of build over here. And I think I'll be okay building until we get to standing up the frame parts, building just on the table. But I'm going to have to lay the frame out so it's kind of lined up and it makes sense. So, at least they're all really well marked. He's put like a store label on each one so that it's much easier to see than the black printing that's usually on these clear bags. Yeah, I know. I know what you're thinking right now. It's like, Chris is getting organized? I don't know what to tell you, man. But I have a feeling that this is going to be, organization for this thing is going to be necessary. Got some belt covers, whole kinds of pulleys. .316, 320s. And then we got a bunch of 5s, 545s, 530s, 510s, 2 bags of 510s. Those are 5mm. It seems like really good hardware so far. I mean, it's all, you know, the quality seems usual. I mean, it's not There isn't anything that says, man, they shouldn't have done that. It all looks like good stuff to me. This kit is somewhat pricey for a build your own, but it's got a lot of metal in it. Those are 3s. The full kit, so there's a lot of different options when you order this kit. So you can get the cheaper rail, you can get the high-wind rail, you can do different Hotends, and there's all kinds of stuff you can change up on it. You can even do a carbon fiber gantry rather than the metal one. The full kit, the lowest price one I saw in there was like $920 US. So just for your info, I think those are 3s. And then we got a few miscellany 4s, some collars, those are 0.8s and 1s. Jake from State Farm, I haven't seen you in a little while, but thank you for the welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. Old Curmudgeon is here, so is Jerry. Mike Never Let the Machines Win is here. Yes, organized. Yeah, Google that one. Let me know how it goes. 'Cause you know I don't do it that well. If it isn't haphazard, I want no part of it. Okay, so all of these look to be like pulley brackets. Mind you, I've had this printer, sorry Ernest, I've had this printer kit for like 6 weeks. And when I first got it, I did skim the manual online, but I really wasn't paying a lot of attention when I looked at it. So we're going to learn a lot today, let's put it that way. If you don't do it wrong 3 times, you haven't done it. Alright, so this is a motor bracket. That's the extruder motor bracket, I'm guessing. These guys, corner braces, maybe? Just take a stab at it. Don't know. And I'm guessing this is for top and bottom pulleys. Okay. Let's see what we can do. So so you can see all my organized stuff pretty good. Let's see what we can do as far as getting you a view of what we're doing here. Let's have some coffee too. Tony Kyle, good to see you here at the stream. Thanks for coming by. Let's see what we can do here without breaking a lot of stuff. Oh, that's right. I put this thing on manual focus. That might be kind of chaotic. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that's probably not going to do you all any favors. Let's see. How does one do that? Focus. Auto. Yeah, maybe, possibly. Did we get it? Yeah. We kind of know what we're doing here. There you go. Okay. Now, how long did it take us? Just out of curiosity, how long did it take us to get? Only 20 minutes. Hey. Okay. Front pulley set. Let's get this thing going. You know what we should do? We should be smart people, and we should put some oil on these pulleys before we put them together. What do you say? What's the weight supposed to be on the total weight I have no clue, but it's pretty massive. There's a lot of metal on this guy. You already see a mess. Yes, I know, I know. It won't stay clean long. Jeff Hutchins, good morning. Tom Llama is here. Yeah, small cup of coffee. We're gonna have to take some breaks for this one. By the way, if you haven't seen it already, you didn't see the other kudos for not slurping coffee. I'm a professional. If you haven't seen the first video that we did down here, just kind of the introduction video, this clock right here was made by Tom Llama, just for me, and it's much appreciated. It's become kind of the centerpiece of my new wall over here. Thank you, Tom. Okay, back to what we were doing. Just a little oil. On these, they're just standard bearings. You can use pretty much anything you want. 3-in-1. I kind of like that's the only thing we don't have over here now. I used on the shelf, that I used to have all the oil and stuff back in the corner. Now I have them on the shelf right outside here because I didn't have enough room for them. Where's the open one? Why did I buy like 3 of these? I thought sure we had one that... Ah, there it is. There we go. So I might have to keep one of these over in this space. I usually use this PTFE stuff, this super lube stuff. I like it. Less messy. The grease as well. I've had way too much coffee for this build. Dave Randolph is here. What's up, Dave? Just a little oil. Happy little trees. Yes. Super lube, good stuff. Oh, wait. I'm getting my tooth mixed up with my smooth pulleys. Critic 482 is here. Vector roll. 9mm thick. Yes, it's serious. Alan is here. What's up, Alan? Seems so weird, like doing a maintenance type thing while I'm building something. I've really grown. It only took 40 years, but I'm just kidding. I haven't grown at all. If anything, I've become worse. Just wait till next week. You're gonna love it. Happy little bearings. Okay. Clapping. We need some M530s. This will help me a little bit from keeping everything from rolling somewhere. That's a Wham Bam splat mat, by the way. I don't even do resin, but I use the mat. M530 is what we're after? Yep. Retraction is noisy in the back. Can you hear it that well? Remember, all the audio and everything for this has changed. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on. You might be hearing the Y whip. You hear it take a breath every once in a while. That one's moving at a pretty good clip. No pun intended. And he wants a 8th washer on here. Do I prefer Clipper or Marlin? I prefer Marlin. That's what I grew up on. That's what I know the best. Clipper is fine, but it takes a little bit of setup to get working. I know people don't like compiling Marlin. That's kind of a thing. I get it. But I'm really comfortable with it, so that's what I use. I also like RepRap. RepRap is a different animal, but the config file is much easier. You know, if you know the config file. I will warn you though, if you've used RepRap 2 and then you jump to 3, you're gonna need a minute. It takes just a little bit to get reoriented where things are at. All right, front pulleys. And these are toothed, correct? Yes, they are. Yep. Before I do that, let's get some of these. Is chat working? Chat should be working, yes. You're gonna have a bad time. It took me a while. I would like to think that I've done a little bit of firmware work in my life. It took me a couple of hours to get used to what was going on in the newer version. I think it's the right way to do things. Don't get me wrong in that respect. The changes that they made are good going forward, but yeah, took a second. Took a second. I don't know why I even bother pointing this camera down here. I don't ever work on the table. Like that smash button. Did I manage to land the washer? Nope. Didn't make the jump to number 3, huh? I understand. It's a good thing. I really like it, but it was always kind of a shame that not more boards were ran RepRap years ago, so you could use the Wi-Fi interface. I think if these boards would have come out, you know, a year earlier, things would be different in the firmware space. But they were a little behind the curve on getting some more affordable boards that ran it. So I think things would be a little bit different, but that's all right. We need some tools, man. Grab that. Oh, and I am going to automate this as much as possible, by the way. I don't want to turn every one of these by hand. Renee, thank you for the sub. Where's... I have 2 sockets. There we go. There's the ones I want. And... where's the bit for this? Bits? Hello? Bits? Yeah, I got another one. This'll do. We'll work with this one. Cool. What is a 5mm, an 8? Yep. Shameless plug. I am using this as printed solid PETG right back here. I'm using 3 rolls of it as we speak, and it's fabulous. What Florent, thank you for the sub. Good name, by the way. I say that's 90 degrees. Gary, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It was a long road, but we finally made it. There's one. We're off and building now. Have I heard of the Octoprint implementation for Android that Tom talked about? No. I did not know that that was a thing. Planning on RRF for the octopus? Absolutely. That is a great fit. Why are you building this printer? Well, I guess that's a fair question. Because Ernest and I... 3D Obsession, thank you very much for the 5. That is much appreciated. Why am I building this printer? Because Ernest and I have a great relationship. He's a good guy. I like the machines that he builds. The SK Go was a pretty nice machine. And he asked if I would like to check this one out. So I said yes. And it looks like a pretty nice machine. Glenn is here. Hello, Glenn from Alabama. 1N Glenn. I haven't talked to 2N Glenn in a while. The video Tom did look rather interesting. I have not seen that. What, even see this stuff? I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Now, something I just thought about. Are there mixed sets of pulleys in here? They all looked the same to me, but you know what happens when you assume. Okay, they look like all 20, so I think we're okay. But I just thought, oh great, one of these is going to be an 18. Alright. So the next set. This set is the rear pulley set. And he's got them like this. And he wants a 545. BQ Hermit Crab. I have heard of that, but I don't remember what it is. Somebody sent me a thing about that, and I said, I don't have time for that. I don't remember what it is, though. What's he got? Okay. So he's got a couple of washers on this one. Are they 8s? Yep. Core XY? Yes, it is. The motion system all the kids love. Super chat volume, thank you for that. The volume on that is really low because it doesn't always go out the right interface. So let's test it, shall we? It should be picking up desktop audio. And it's not. Thank you for that. Hold on, we're going to make a change. You know what happens now. Everything goes out the window. How about that? No. And there you go. Here, I'll save you from extra clapping. There you go. Now we're all fixed. Thank you. Ricky Tanner is here. What is up? He's got horrible quality. That's okay. You're here. It's all that matters. Okay. We got one.
Testing 123, testing 123, testing 123.
123. That's how I'm testing things from now on. Testing 123. That sounds like something annoying that I'd do. Thank you for the 5 and the test. Appreciate it. Oh, these are Caphead. Pi 02. Where is everybody buying these Pi 02s? Do I need to like run out to Micro Center or something? The Amazons does not have them yet, as far as I know. And if it's not an Amazon or printed solid, I don't buy it. One, a 2, a 3, 3. Pie shop. All right. I do want one. Because I have some video ideas for that. What's a Pi 02 going for? Because like the W was $10 or something, right? Thanks, Mr. Owl. Brian Vines is here. What's up? That commercial is still on. I always felt bad for Mr. Turtle. He doesn't know anything. You have to go ask Mr. Owl. Get away from me, kid. I'm an old turtle. I don't know how we got on that, but alright. Come for the 3D building. Stay for the ancient commercial reciting. Oh, almost had it. $25 USD. Guess that's not so bad.
Test 1, 2, 3 testing 1, 2, 3 mic check
There
1 2 3.
there you go, Dave got it. Thank you very much for the $5, Dave. OP Micro Center, that's my Micro Center, Overland Park. So I'll have to check that out. Yeah, we'll see how long supplies last. That's always the problem. You know, I found a really good set of these. My favorite set of tweezers. You know that set that you like, but you never know where they are? But now I don't remember where they are again. These are not my favorite set. I did it. Whatever it is I think I see becomes a Tootsie Roll to me. Yeah? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's a pretty serious 3D printer. We're going to see how far we can stretch this one. Did I get them right? Drum roll? I got them right. All right. There is the rear pulley set. Oh, and they give me an extra picture. Short. Short. We got it. The Z pulley sets. There are 3. We got a 45 M5. They're all toothed. But I don't have to put any washers on, so this is going to be way faster. I know it. Oh, there was a question. What was it? Gary. Having a terrible time with the new Marlin on my 1.4 BL Touch Smart. Can't get BL Touch to work correctly. Any suggestions? Let me guess. When you go to do your Z29, it's way off the bed. And it doesn't actually... And then... Or it's either that one, so that's number 1. Or number 2, it doesn't trigger and it crashes. So what scenario are you running into? Because I get asked that a dozen times a week. And I really don't know exactly what the fix is. I can tell you what I would look at, but... Spend more on gas and tolls than the actual 5.0, yeah. Well, that's why you gotta go there to buy something big. I have a lot more room. That is for sure, Ricky. Pants are optional. But appreciated, Dave. But appreciated. Gary, thank you very much for the 20. I appreciate that. All right. I've kicked around the idea many times now. Just make a video on troubleshooting the BL Touch, because there are a few scenarios where it can be kind of tricky. But I'm having a hard time reproducing some of the errors that folks see. At least it was thermal. Chris, that is a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up. SecKit is making a kit, a tank kit, that's 150, 150, 150. I don't know when they're going to be available, but they are making a smaller kit. So get the email out and send Ernest one and ask him what's up with that. When can you have one? Because I know they are working on something like that. So check it out. Thank you for asking. Build volume on this one, Ricky, is 350, 350, 400. Mini resin printer for $100. No, I haven't seen that one yet. I saw one on Amazon the other day. It was like 160. And it was a cantilever style. The bed was like 100 square or something. Had all this crazy colored plastic all over it. I don't remember the name of it. But it was like the cheapest 3D printer on Amazon or something like that. I don't remember. Somebody showed it to me. I don't know if I would attempt it or not, but it was kind of funny looking. Oh, there's a Railcore Mini in the works as well. Nice. That might actually be pretty interesting. Oh, Ricky, I don't want to rub it in, man. But I went to Gates Barbecue the other day, and I thought about the trip that we made to Gates Barbecue. I didn't want to, make you miss home or anything like that, but it was fantastic. And I ate extra just for you. Rat rig, yeah. My buddy Dave Wilson has a rat rig. He lives down the street from me. I still need to go over there and check it out. I can't build them all. I can only try to build them all. So I think these both go the same way, yeah. Nope, not that one, this one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Totally for sure. I'm still nervous about these being 18s or 20s. And they all look the same to me. 2 teeth, not much difference make. In fact, I'm so interested now, I'm going to check the BOM. It just says bag gears 1. So we're going with it. Okay. So that was the rear pulley. No, these were the belted Z pulley sets. These guys here. And now we're on to XY belt tensioners. More of the same, and that's these dudes here. What, you want a 30 for that? Gotcha. 10-4, good buddy. Roger that. Really like the rat rig. Awesome. Gary, did I miss your explanation on what the BL Touch was doing? It goes through the test, won't come down and touch the bed, and it errors out. Do you get a probing error? Like it says error in probing, and then unfortunately, when Marlin errors out on the probing, it will just continue to the print and ignore your offset. You might be able to switch that up nowadays. But does it actually say, hey, I errored out? Or does it just do nothing? Sergio's here. What's up, Sergio? Driving home from a service call. Chris Lane is here. What's up, Chris Lane? I added some stickers to my sticker wall, and I know I found the Ventura 3D sticker the other day, but I haven't added it to the wall yet. It's going up though. I did find it. No washers for this one, yeah? No. It just stops. So there are parameters in Marlin that if there's too big of a difference in between your lowest and your highest point, the probing will fail. And if it goes all the way to the end and it sees that there's a difference that big, then it's going to do that. This is a 4. So you can up that. I don't know how level your bed is. I mean, if you think it's pretty level, then, you know, considering on what it's made of, whatever, then maybe that's not the case.
You need to go check Piper Printer. Nice concept.
Piper Printer. All right. Nice 3DP. Thank you very much for the 5. You can go set those parameters to make them a little larger. I think the default is 1 millimeter, but bump it up and see if it still does it. Or you said you had a easy ABL on the way. That might get you sorted out. It won't continue to the print. Okay. I have a tiny wrench for these. What did I say that was an 8? That's a 7. That's why that didn't work. 9, 8. They're so small. They're adorable. Cool. We'll use that. I have to say, the only way that these toolbox drawers get closed is because the last part is auto close. That's a very nice feature for me because I have a tendency to leave them open. Nice. Chris is working on a belt printer project, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. SPC 3D, hello. Chores. Chores. Part's gonna fall off. Did you hear it? That's that 3DQ Quinley setup over there. I'm making some parts for one of our friends, and it's just it makes a part like every 30 minutes, and it knocks it into a box. I heard it all night last night. You hear it jump back to life, and then blank, drop it in the box. I don't know. I find it funny. What we got? I want to make sure I get these correct. So that one goes like that. This one goes like that. Those are technical terms. This and that, and who's it's. 3D Gusner is here. What is up? It is in ADV, Gary. Oh, wait. No, it's in configuration.h. If I get a second, I'll find it for you. You heard it? Nice. Nitram is here. What is up? Today we are building the SecKit TANK printer. How are you doing? Gary, when you do that, when you run the map, open it up in terminal. Like connect up to Pronterface with USB and then run that G29 and just see what your map looks like. You know, kind of compare the corners and see if you think that might be a cause. Okay. Now we have to build the corner blocks. Those are going to be interesting because there's a metal tube that goes in there. All right. So, and these are very specific on how these go. So you got one like so's, this-a-wise, and then you got one this-a-wise, and you have the non-tooth on the inside. Yes, and the tooth on the outside. So the tooth goes to these four corner dealies. All right. So toothed. So let's start. We're gonna have to do this one at a time here because I'm gonna get confused because they're both opposites. So he's showing this one like that. Okay, so he's got one screw going down. Don't bind the pulley. Mind the gap. Oh, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I said that. What's he got? So two washers in a steel tube, fine reference height. He's got two washers up top. All right, and those are not 8s; those are 1s. So we're gonna switch to these thicker washers. No problem, Gary. That's what we're here for. We're here to hang out, talk 3D printers, build stuff. You know. Nightbody's working. What am I thinking about, Quinley, after a few months? Well, yes, I did a lot of cleaning. I hate cleaning. Bill Steele's here. What's up, Bill? The Quinley works pretty good. They updated the software. It was a lot better. It's a lot better now than it was when I first tried it. And I did just upgrade all of that. The Ender 3 that I used for that setup, the plate is not all that flat, which shocked. But so that hurts me quite a bit. And I don't care for the surface that they use. Now, I understand that they're using something a little different now, maybe. They have a different type of surface. But for PETG, it works pretty good. PLA, it works all right. But I think it's a little bit too sensitive. I think that they could have used PEI or something in the correct way and done the same thing, I think, personally. Now, I haven't tried their newest surface. Maybe they have corrected some of those issues. But that's my only problem with it. But once you get it set up and you kick it off and let it start running jobs, depending on the job, it works fine. No problems. So, I still use it. So I like it enough to at least use it because it is handy. But there are a few things that I think could be upgraded and changed to make it even better. So that's that. Thank you very much, Gusner. This was a team effort. We worked really hard on all this. The X and Y joiners, I can see that. I can see that. I do not want to bind this. I deserve a thumbs up? Oh, that's awful nice of you. I'm just a guy on the internets. Don't bind your nuts. Alright, there's that. Uh-huh. Now, this is interesting. Does he do that on all of them? Huh. So, that isn't double-sided tape, that's PTFE tape. And he suggests you wrap the side of the bolt with it so the pulleys make less noise when they operate. So, I thought he was only doing it on the bottom one, but he recommends it on both. So let's go ahead and do that, just for fun. The guy on the internet. I don't know about that, but you know. 10 times the subs. Subs are kind of weird. I don't know how subs work. I've been on YouTube for 5 years. I don't know how subs work. So let's try that. I've never seen that trick before. Maybe this is just something that he figured out. I have to tell you though, I do not work well with PTFE tape. It's way too thin for the way I work on things. And I have to cut it, because if I try to tear it, it's going to be bad wrong. You know what I need? I have a nice pair of shears, but I actually need a decent pair of sharp scissors. I always ruin my scissors by cutting stuff that I shouldn't cut. That's why I ended up with the shears in the first place, because they would tolerate my haphazardness. But yeah, I could use a pair of sharp scissors. Am I losing weight? Not that I know of. Maybe it's just the new camera setup is very flattering. He's just a guy. The pulley squeak drives you insane. Most of the time I can tolerate the noises because they're down here. But I totally understand. There's a few different ones that really drive me crazy. Now I only put like a wrap and a half of this on here. Hopefully that's not too thick to put this back on. We'll force it down in the threads a little bit. Narrow angle lens, there you go. That is the biggest problem with doing this setup like I do, is the fisheye effect. Everything gets really round at some point. It's hard. This angle was hard for me to find. It took me a lot of trial and error to figure out how I was going to make that work. There we go. That's interesting. I like that. I like that. Cool. Alright, now that I've put this down, I'm going to have to rethink about how this went together. Alright. You need to get 2 of those. I actually switched, so, and I've told you about this before, but forever, for the main camera, I've always used a webcam. And so when I started out, I used like a C920 like everybody else does. And I always just added more light to compensate for its flaws. And then I switched over for a year or so. I had a Brio, a Logitech Brio, which is now our ceiling cam. And now I have, what is the number? 513? A Veer Media C513? M513? I don't know. It's a little cheaper than a Brio. It's a little larger bodied camera, but I think it does it, personally, I think it does a better job. So that's the one I've got on front right now. And I've tried, I don't know how many different configurations, and bothered all my friends with camera questions because I know very little about them. But this is the one that I've still been able to work with in this space, because it is kind of an odd space. I can't necessarily get too close to the camera because, you know, I have to build things. Also, I don't alter the space at all from making videos to doing live streams, and I like to keep it that way because that saves me a ton of time in setup. Yes, Tom, I thought that was interesting as well. He suggests doing that in this guide. He's put some PTFE tape on there to quiet them down, and I'm very interested in that. If that trick works out, I might have a few more builds I need to take apart and and do that on. As much as I just like dealing with this tape. Right. Does it look like what... And that never seems to ring true. Does it look like what I expect it to look like? Never. I do enjoy it, though. I like messing around with camera angles. I like going out and doing GoPro stuff and you know, getting footage, different angles and things like that. I think that's fun. I don't get to do as much of it as I'd like. I enjoy it. I read about it and I watch videos and stuff kind of makes sense once in a while. I watched a thing the other day on f-stop, which kind of made sense, I guess. I just don't know a lot about it. Yep. It would be nice if you could get a lot more sizes with a shoulder on them. I totally agree. I need another, I need another toolbox to put tools on top of. Yeah, I should have went for the full. I should have bought the top box for this, and then I wouldn't stack stuff on it. It's all about keeping flat surfaces away from me, as I've found. Keep them away from myself. So there you go. If we did one thing today, we introduced people to Teflon tape on bolts for their pulleys. And knowledge is power. Tube? Tube. What am I printing on the bear? Gustner? Those are parts for next weekend's build. Let's go back. You know how much I love a dream sequence if you've ever watched my videos. Let's go back a couple of weeks. So, get your drinks and get ready for a long one. A long while back, like I don't know how long ago it was. Over a year probably. Dave, if you don't know, Dave doesn't Dave Randolph of Printed Solid. Printed Solid's an amazing company. I buy a lot of stuff from them. Dave is a big supporter of my content, and that's always appreciated. So thanks, Dave. But I often go out to see, hey, does Printed Solid have anything new? Or Dave will tell me they've got something new. So a long time ago, over a year or better, Dave started carrying parts. I want to get this out of the way. Parts for Voron builds, and it wasn't a Voron kit, but like he had a panel set for a Zero, and he had like the frame set, and you could get the lead screw and the rail, and not necessarily everything all together, just handfuls of parts to get you going on building Voron. And I bought all the different ones that he had, and I was going to build a Zero. Well, things got in the way, and then 0.1 version of that build came out eventually. So, and I still got the Zero parts. So, I never built it. And then I ran into some issues here and there with Clipper and whatever. That doesn't really matter. But so I decided not to build a Voron. Everyone was doing it. I didn't figure I needed to do it too. Then fast forward to about 2 months ago. Jason over at LDO got a hold of me, and he said, hey, I got these Voron kits now. Do you want to try to build one? And I thought, nah, I don't. Thank you, Jason. You're a great guy, but I don't really want to invest time into it. And then he told me that they came in awesome colors and he had purple. And then I was like, you know what? I do want a purple one. So he sent a kit. Now, this took a while, a number of weeks. They weren't making the kits yet. It took a while to get one. So I got that kit not too long ago. And the purple looks awesome, by the way. But then I just happened to notice that Dave and I got a box from LDO that looked very similar around the same time. And so I said, so Dave came to me and said, hey, what are you doing with that? And I said, well, Jason wanted me to check it out and, see what I thought. And he's like, hey, you want to build one with me together on the same stream? And I said, yes, I do. So that's what we're going to do next week. Dave and I are going to build the Voron Switchwire side by side next weekend, probably over 2 days because it's somewhat of a build. And I just got the filament for my build yesterday. And that's what those parts are. So I'm currently printing the skirts, all the other parts over there. There's like, Dave said, there's like 120 hours worth of printing for this thing. So I'm going to be, the rest of the week, I'm going to be hustling to get all my parts done and ready for next weekend's build. So there you go. That's what we're going to be doing. All right. So, toothed on the bottom. It's just got to be the opposite of that one, right? Right. On that side. Okay. Back to bolts. It should be a very fun stream. What is my side close-up camera? That is a camcorder. It is a Sony AX53, I think is what it is. That's a great camera. I actually looked at replacing the front camera with a camcorder. I was just going to buy another one. But the angle, it's hard to get in tight enough where I want it without seeing like a lot of the ceiling. Because this area in between this duct, I mean, it's, 4 feet. So it's hard to put a camera in here and keep it dialed in low enough. That's why I still stuck with the webcam. I was going to try to just go with that one as the front, but I just couldn't work it out. But it makes a great tabletop cam. You can get it real tight. Yes, it should be fun. I'll have Dave there. Hopefully everybody has a great time. Dave is an experienced Voron builder, so if I do things wrong, I can just start blaming him. It'll be excellent. It's going to be great. I can't do that, Dave. Plus, I'm going to say that a lot. And then I'm also going to say, Dave's not here a lot. You're going to love it. What is everyone else doing today? How many other folks are in their basement building a printer live on TV? Or I guess internet, TV. What's the difference? And the tube. Nice, nice. Holes for the linear rail are on the bottom. Oh. You might have saved me there. I didn't even see that. Thank you. Nice work. Claps for that. Thank you, Alan. That saved me some rework. All right. Finally, I hate working in bathrooms. Redoing bathrooms is one of the worst things ever. As well as I hate working underneath the car dash and in the car door. Those are my 3 most hated places to do any type of work. There you go. Now you know more about me. Nothing is more infuriating than trying to work underneath a car dash with one hand and you can't see nothing. Davy and Goliath, that was still on when I was a kid. Sunday mornings. With all of that, I know. If anybody's ever done any of those things, they know. Door clips are the worst. Why did they ever do it that way? I can't do that. Sorry, Dave. And then the non-toothed one goes on the bottom. CR10S4. Yeah. CR10s are still workhorse machines. Mine was still running just fine when I gave it away. And that was like one of the original ones. I had to give away a lot of printers to make this remodel happen. I believe I gave away 11, and I've still got a couple more to go. S&K Brown Productions, thank you very much for the sub. A Kardashian. I actually kind of like that one, so there you go. Z and stop. That shouldn't be too bad then. Custom dice cases, nice. What is a good functional print that I've done recently? Seems like I'm always printing. Oh, of course, Halloween. You always get requests for this and that for Halloween prints. Day of, I was summoned to print some glow-in-the-dark eyes for a ghost project. So I did that not too long ago, a couple days ago. Last, what, Sunday? Yeah. Did that. They turned out pretty good. I worked some parts. What was it? Maybe it was just like a board case or something. I remember being in Fusion and having to do some work the other day, but I don't remember exactly what it was. It's kind of a daily thing. There you go. With the power of two, becomes one printer. All right. Hopefully I got that right. So there's that one and that one. And we got toothed, non-toothed. Nice. That's what that is. Okay, and that's probably an in-stock folder. Cool, cool, cool. What are we doing? How are we doing on time? Hour and a half? Let's get the frame laid out and then we'll take a coffee break. How's that sound? Frame. Okay, now that I've consumed all of the table, let's push this stuff back a little bit now that we've got it built. I'm right in your living room. Ah! I enjoy these streams. It's always fun to build stuff. How do I want to do all this? I want to put some stuff away, I think. There are a handful of printed parts on this printer, but it's very few. Like there's a couple of like motor brackets. There's like the Hotend fan duct. Very minimal. There's it's got optical in-stop switches, so the little flags for those things like that. Most of it is all aluminum, as they say. I don't think I need all of these. These are... There's a printed tool that goes with all this, which is actually very handy. It holds the... You can put... they're made for like M5 nuts. It holds it, and you can kind of slide it back and screw it down, so you don't have to get your finger in there. Very handy. All right. This one's going to be way easier to not open upside down. I can already see it. That thing is heavy. What's that weigh? 24 kilo. Thumbs down. I'm glad. See, here's the thing. I love thumbs down. I like thumbs up better, but thumbs down are great because that means you didn't like it, but not the fact that you didn't. It's not the fact that you just didn't like it. Is that you had to figure out first. You had to take time to figure out you didn't like it and then purposely dislike it. So as long as I took some time out of your day to do that, I'm totally happy. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Fancy. Okay, there are a lot of frame parts here. And peanuts. Not the tasty kind either. When you start eating these, you know it. I just like to have fun. There's nothing serious about this at all. I don't know if it counts as 2 if you go down. I don't think so. I don't know. I really don't know how YouTube works with anything. Cool. I think that's it. Yep, that's pretty serial. Take a whack at somebody with one of those, they'd know it. After trying to eat those. Hey, it was one time. Ghost poop packing. Yeah, I like that one too. This paper, this blue paper, the acrylic and stuff isn't so bad, but this stuff is so thin. I could really drive people crazy and leave it on. This is like peeling the membrane off of ribs. If you've ever had to do that, that's what hell's going to be like. That's what I spend my whole day doing.
What do you recommend on bed when printing abs?
Karaoke. The one that is hidden. I'm gonna butcher that. Kamirs, thank you very much for the 20 Swedish krones, I think. What do I recommend when printing ABS? ABS. Who doesn't love, what is it, acryl butadiene styrene? Hey, if I was even close on that, bonus points. ABS, it's really not so much about it. A lot of ABS printing is about the part. I have found it's the kind of part you would want to print, and then trying to keep it warm while you print it, and that is the real trick. So as far as bed surface goes, I've had luck with glue stick on glass. I prefer printing it on smooth PEI sheets. Make sure your bed is nice and level. You might want to give ABS just a little bit extra squish because it does shrink, as you probably already know. But even if you like have a cardboard box or something to put over your printer when you're printing it, you're going to be way ahead of the game when trying to print certain parts with ABS. So, but as far as build surface goes, I use smooth PEI for most things except like PETG and Flex. But that's what I would recommend. You can do it, again, depending on the part and how thin it might be. It has to retain the heat long enough to cool properly and let it shrink. brim might help you as well. The entire plane is covered in it. Oh my. It's the squeeze you need. Give it a little extra squish. Don't get carried away. Just a little bit more. And if you don't want to do that, like if you print at 0.2, make your first layer like a 0.3, and it will kind of give you that squish that you want. But you also remember the rule, the bigger the part, the hotter the bed. I like to print ASA and ABS, around 100, 105. And then if the part gets any bigger, I'll go up to 115. And that's on like a 200-ish bed. So the bigger the bed, the harder it's going to be, but the bigger the part. So it's just, ABS is kind of a pain. I don't enjoy it. I think ASA prints better, in my opinion. And you have all the same qualities as ABS. Now, it's probably more expensive. You can get ABS for like free. People will pay you to take their ABS now. Hairspray for ABS? I don't know that I've ever tried. I've done when there's like a really big bed that I don't want to deal with. I'll do hairspray, and it works pretty good in some situations. I don't know that I've ever done it on ABS. ABS slurry used to be a thing. Is that still a thing? Or were people like hurting themselves because they were handling acetone? They say 3D Goop ABS makes a good surface for it. I've never tried it. Gloop, goop, gloop, gloop. They say that's good stuff for ABS beds. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody talk about slurry in a couple of years. Yes, my Pro B is still alive. It's actually under the table over here, back here. It's still around. Sergio looks like he made it home. Awesome. I can't speak to Rat Rig myself. I do not know. Does ASA shrink less? I don't know if it shrinks any less, but it seems to tolerate the heat change. Like, it doesn't seem to ABS, when it cools down, you'll get like layer separations, because it's, so you got this part, so it's cooling, you're trying to heat it up with the bed, so you get so far, well, you have this no man's land where it's not hot from the bed, but it's also not getting heat from laying the plastic down. So in there you get that separation, and so this is kind of the cooling zone. The ASA seems to tolerate a larger zone than ABS does. And that it might just be the brands of plastic that I'm using. I use the Prusament ASA. It works out really well. And then there's another one, and I've said this like a billion times, and I cannot remember the brand. I'd have to go look. I want to say Polymaker. I don't remember, but it might just be the brands I'm using. I've heard varying opinions on ASA, but I prefer it over ABS. Yes. Oh, sorry. That's a great point. Nice 3DP. I should mention that. Don't use your slurry on PEI. That might be bad. You might get away with it once or twice. Or you very well could weld it to it. ABS glue. Oh man, there's no coffee in this cup. Polymaker. Maybe that's the stuff I'm talking about. I give for today. Sometimes that's best, James. It happens. If it 3 times is usually my limit. But the nice part is, when you attempt things 3 times, you put it down. When you come back the next day, you get it first time. So you have that to look forward to. These look like drawer slides. Yeah, I recommend Prushiment ASA. It's good stuff. It prints really nice parts. I made a lot of parts with that. A clean PEI sheet should work. In fact, if you're having problems with your PEI sheet, get like some triple aught steel wool, rough it up a little bit, and then clean it again. And I have really good luck with those sheets and ABS and ASA. Shouldn't be a problem. Works pretty good on polycarb too. The problem with polycarb is that it will pull the PEI right off of that sheet. You're not going to get away with too many polycarb prints without damaging something unless you do it just right. You got to get that first layer absolutely perfect. All great tips from the chat as usual. Somebody asked Dave if he was planning on doing translucent PETG. Am I crazy? Or like, when PETG came out, was it all translucent? Was I dreaming that? Or was that the case? Because I seem to remember when I first started printing PETG that everything was a translucent filament. You couldn't even get a solid. And at that time, that was probably like, I don't know, 2017 or something. At that time, I thought that was just a thing. Like, that's just how you did it. And that might just be me, like, that's the only stuff I was able to get or something. I don't know. But it seems like it wasn't until a lot later that I started seeing solid colors. I remember one of the first big projects that I did with PETG was the hang printer build. And a lot of those parts were printed with that translucent PETG. Okay, that's one of those questions that I've always meant to bring up on one of these streams. Is like, was that just me? So I'm glad others ran into that too. I'm like, when did PETG become solid colored? Yeah, I guess, Chris. I guess that was the thinking. Maybe that was the one of the qualities they were trying to bring in by introducing PETG. Maybe. Yep, inland. I've had many, many rolls of that. Had a lot of different colors too. Ugh. How much more of this we got to go? Quite a bit. I'm tired of the blue plastic already. I just heard filament whiplash. I don't like that sound. I wonder if that thing's still printing over there. I set it to 25 last night. It does like one of those parts every 30 minutes, I think. But then you have to include cool down and heat up times. So hopefully it's still turning out parts. These aren't super clean. I got most of the blue stuff off of them. It doesn't matter what status I have. I never have free time. I always fill it up with something. Oh, which reminds me, speaking of free time, I don't know why, but it never fails that we do live streams when I'm on call at work. So remember the rule. If we get a call, we have to field the problem as a chat, as a team here. So put your thinking caps on. Hey, there you go. Hey, Kevin, what's up? At least it's not the acrylic on the ANET. That's right. This is way better than brown paper. What was I reading today? I just saw a blurb about a new something coming to slicing. Like it was called lightning infill or something. I didn't read about it. I just saw the headline. Like, what are they talking about? And then I moved on. I don't know what that. I got to go back and look that up. I don't know what they were talking about. Reset the reboot. We don't reboot, unfortunately. I wish we did. Stratasys ABS only. That old school. What is the brand of linear rails for this build? I think they are the no-name type. I don't think Ernest probably splurged on my kit to give me some Highwind. Yeah, I think they're just the typical Chinese rail that you see, which aren't bad. They could probably use a little cleanup, as most of these do. But yep, they're no-name. They work pretty good though. You can get Highwind as an option, I believe. I don't know if there's another company that the name escapes me at the moment that make a good rail, but I don't know if he offers that brand. Zaltec makes decent rails. I've never had any of theirs. I've bought a lot of their stuff over the years. I don't think I've bought rails from them. Yes, I still have the FT6. It is over there in the corner. I actually had a project that required the FT6 the other day, and I broke some stuff. Imagine that. So I need to make some repairs so I can finish that project. Alright, we done yet? Nope. Masumi makes good stuff. I like all their stuff, but man, you gotta lay down some cash to get it. Their prices have gotten really crazy. I guess everybody's prices have gotten crazy, but Masumi is one that I definitely noticed. Didn't try to break me, that's true. Printers have been known to do that over the years. If we can get, since we took 20 minutes or so to lay everything out and put the pulleys together and all that, if we could get the frame assembled today and then maybe have a peek at what we're going to do next, I think that would probably be pretty good. It might be a long day tomorrow, but we still have a couple of hours here today. Yeah. I'm planning on breaking this up in like 4-hour increments. We'll see. Oh, it still is kicking out parts. Let's see if it starts a new one. I had another printer running over there and I don't hear it running. That might be a good or a bad thing. I'm not sure which. Aha! We're finally done with this part. Okay, now we need to organize this thing out so we know which one's which. There's a lot of different pieces here. Okay. So. They're so shiny, it's hard to tell which one's which. We have a make sure the bolt patterns are correct. This one, can I blow this one up? What? There. Okay. So we have these K pillars. This is the right one. This is L. And then we have K. Then we have M is like the flag portion. This one. So this is M. It's like IKEA. And this is N. We have a couple of Y tubes. Those were in the other box. There's this one. And this one. Then we have our A part. Which one is the A part? These all look very similar. not that one. A part has 3 different holes in it. Like this one. That's our A part. Okay. Then the B part has adjacent holes in it. Not that one. Not that one. This one? No, it's this one. So this is the B part. Then the C part is the smaller one. C part and D part look the same to me. That might not be though. This one and this one. They should be shorter than the B part. There you go. Oh, there's the piece of acrylic. Or what is that stuff called? With the foam in the middle? I always forget the name of that. There's that. Carbon fiber tubes? No, I don't think so. They're just metal. You mean the Y tubes? They're metal. You can get some carbon fiber. Yes, we need to get the coffee break in. Derek is here. What is up? Extruder Hotend. It's BMG clone and a V6 Volcano clone. Stock. You can have different options. So top frame E. That's this one. Then the one with all the holes in it. I know that was really descriptive. That guy. Then rear frame. Then 2 flags at the bottom. This guy is the G part. Still has some plastic on it. And then the bottom frame. And these look pretty much the same. Well, no, they don't. This is the bottom one, like that. Okay. The frame has been laid out. We are around 2 hours in. I think this is a great time for a coffee break. What do you all think? Yes. Okay, let's do it. Coffee break. Grab a drink. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Okay, I'm back. More building. So we got the frame all laid out. We are ready to put it together. That's what we're going to do. So, just for Ernest and our new tabletop here, I probably still need this. I do have the old school table mat that I used to use for everything. So let's build on that for a while. Boy, it is cut to shreds. What was I doing on this? Nice. I found that during the remodel. Where's my book? Alright. Oh, I almost kind of just want to build it from the overall view. It might look a little more straightforward. Alright. Our M and N. Yep. M. And then our N. We're going to run out of table here. No matter how big you make the table. And N. Sorry. Yep, sorry. $1.3K. Well, if you put it up against like Railcore or something like that, that's a whole lot cheaper. And then the B is in the back, and then H. Which one? What's H? H is that a one? The sky. Cool. Yep. Long way from the penthouse floor. Like the elevator? That's a relatively new one. We've had 3 or 4 different elevator tunes over the years, but I've been sticking with that one. I really like it. I don't even remember what it's called. I like that one. F is the one with the dog ears on it. And E, the one right above that. This one. Oh, ow. Non-folded side there. It goes like that. And then B. B is this one. Are A and B the same? I believe they may be. And that one goes yes, like that. All right. Cool. What's up in chat? The minivan on the clock ticket. That's not a bad idea, Tom. I'll consider that. What are we building? We are building the SecKit TANK printer. Why this over a rat rig? Honestly, I don't know enough about rat rig to tell you that. It's a very solid build. There's a whole lot of metal in this thing. There's a lot of weight to it. It is Core XY. Now the price, you can get it priced as high as you want, pretty much. But a full kit starts around 9 and then goes up from there. The things you need to consider, I guess, for something like rat rig or another printer design would be community support. So a lot of those designs, there's people adding to the design all the time, making modifications, all that stuff. This is just one person. Ernest over at SecKit makes these. He does give great support, but take that into account. Now, they're not saying that there isn't a community behind SecKit printers, because there is one, but it's not going to be near as big as some of these other community projects. But it's, I don't know, a lot less printed parts, which, I kind of like the printed parts. But if you want something that's super solid, I think this is a good choice. But there are a lot of fine choices out there. So it's kind of up to you. But that's why we build them, right? So we can check them out, see how they do, give you a good look at the kits, and then you can make a better decision on what you want to buy. He would like me to use Loctite on these. What if I could sneak some Loctite in before I tighten them up? I usually like to put it all together and then go back one at a time in Loctite. It makes for thrilling live stream content, but this whole thing. So they're mostly, it's M5 by 10s. He's got flange nuts on these, so that's a little easier. And he's got some M4 by 12s. And then he uses the components E to M and E to N are for the M4 by 12s. Which one is E? Okay, E, so that's the, so this one, that's the folded one. E to M and E to M. Okay, so that's on the outside. Fair enough. Then all right, let's start there since those are kind of the different one. Let's do those first. I think we're getting it now. And 12s. And does he use? Actually, he does. Well, those are all 5s, right? Those are all 5s. Cool. The stick form of Loctite. I've never tried that stuff. I've seen that out there. Stephen Lightspeed is here. You'll see when you tighten it up. Cool. I like that even better. Yeah, it's there's a lot of pictures of this frame, you know, people setting on it while it's printing and things like that. It's got a lot of metal in it, that's for sure. Metal like Motorhead, only Motorhead's technically not a metal band. I know people want to put them in that box, but that's a whole different discussion that we could have. You know you're going to lose that, why don't you put a nut on it? Okay. Butter the Bread with Butter. Now that is a creative name. I have never heard of such a band, but the name is good. Butter the Bread with Butter. Okay. So I think that, at least I won't forget to use the other hardware. And then the rest of it should be our M5 stuff. With these nuts. I said these nuts. So when you do that there, those don't actually sit on that, so we're good for this port. When that goes there, and then these go them there, now I sound like Walter. These them there. Hello, Chris Travis. A bolt here, a bolt there. I don't really have any awesome stories for you. I've been working a lot, and work's really doesn't lead to a lot of interesting 3D printing stories, I'm afraid. I probably told you this story before, so those of you that don't know, most of you are probably return visitors to the stream, and I appreciate that. But if you don't know, I am a mainframe systems programmer. That's not my official title, but that's actually what I do. And it really doesn't have anything to do with programming. It's the old school term for somebody that configures and, you know, lays out mainframe hardware. So that's what I do. And if you're in IT, you will know that the mainframe space, there's not a lot of newcomers to the mainframe space. It is graying out, as we say. And my company just recently offered, last year, they started this early retirement program. And guess who had the most people eligible for retiring? Yeah, the mainframe space. So we just went through the last round of folks leaving us. The 29th of October. And so officially, there's like 2 people in my group. And when there's only 2 people doing all the work, you got a lot of work to do. So I've spent a lot more time doing actual work at work than I have on 3D printing stuff. And that makes me sad, but that's what pays the bills. It's not a bad job. It's just you don't want to be chained to any one thing all of the time. That's miserable. So I'm hoping we can sort that out. Augmenting staff and such and this and that. But all that takes time, especially when you have folks that have 40 years experience walking out the door. Pink Mouse is here. What is up? Oh, this isn't the right part. Maybe these aren't the same. A and B look close to the same, but maybe they're not the same. Does this one fit any better? There you go. That's good to know. So the B part, the holes are actually set a little further out. So if you build one of these, remember that. One fits, one don't. Brad, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Local school district. I always thought, I don't know what the pay is like, but I always thought it would be fun to work in IT at a local school district. I know someone that does it. He seems pretty happy with it. You know, running around to different rooms and fixing stuff. You know, you'd get to do a little bit of networking and things like that too. I think it'd be kind of fun. Might be like something I look into when I retire. Technology will be so far out of my league. I'm still stuck on the mainframe that by then I won't know how computers work anymore. Alan B. You got me there. Why would it be A and B if they weren't the same? All right. Let's go this a ways. Oh. Okay. Nice. Network engineer in the server, guys. Yeah. Well, why can't you just put it in this VLAN closest to my server? I don't understand. What's an ACL and why is it there? I don't need to be safe. Do you get these kinds of questions? Because I ask them to people all the time. Well, I could see that too. Underfunded and nobody knows anything about computers. That could be pretty frustrating, I guess. I guess it depends on your school district. You'll block it with the IP tables. Yeah. In a large corporation, the thing we do the best is just finger point. And so we blame network, and then network will blame firewall. And if firewall can, they'll like blame the F5 guys. And then it usually comes back around to, well, it's your device's problem, not our problem. It's all fun and games, though. It's all good. We'll get to it eventually. Eventually someone will go, yeah, I found it. CYA. How did I end up playing with mainframes? Yeah? Mainframe. So how did I get into that? Well, I knew somebody, and they needed somebody to work overnight shifts. I was like 17 probably at the time, and they needed somebody to work. Oh, I got some more screws to put in. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, and I didn't have a job, and I heard it was at a data center, and I'm like, all right. And I had been into computers as long as I can remember. I love PCs and stuff, but of course, I'd never been to a data center at 17 years old, and I got hired there, and the job was to mount 3480 and 90 tape cartridges, and occasionally a 3420 reel, and I did that all night long. And we had a library of like 180,000 tapes, so pretty much my job was just we had like, I want to say like 50 plus different magnet tape drives, and the numbers would come up on the screen. I would run and go get the cartridge. You had to have the tape mounted within 50 seconds. So that was kind of an average. We usually did it faster, but sometimes I'd lose the tape. Hey, it's gonna take longer. Or I'd break the tape. That was often. So you'd run, go find the tape, put it in the machine, and you'd go get another one. And that's how I got started. So I did that on the weekends forever. Not forever, for a while. And then I started working third shift Monday through Friday, and then I started working some day shifts, and then I moved to operating a printer, and then I became a console operator, and I was in console ops for a while. Then I actually, after that stint, I took a job with mid-range storage. So we worked on SAN arrays and NAS filers, and I later became a NAS engineer. So I mainly did NetApp. We did have some Hitachi stuff and things like that, but mostly I was focused on NetApp filers, if you've ever dealt with one of those. So I did that for a couple of years, and then I came back to the mainframe team because they were doing replication. They were doing site-to-site replication, and they were standing up fiber channel over Ethernet and things like that. And I happened to have some expertise in that, and so I took a job over there. And then I eventually evolved into the system programmer guy that installed all of the mainframes and configured them and did all that good stuff. So, and now I'm here, some 20 odd years later. That's how I did it. Which ones are these? C and D. One's up top. C and D are the shorty ones. These. Bought a few NetApp filers. Yeah, NetApp filers are pretty cool. They're very versatile. They can do a lot of different things. You can do many different protocols. I enjoyed working on NetApp devices. Until someone decided that it was a good idea, above my pay grade, it was a good idea to put SQL Server on it. Didn't work out well. I'll make sure I get those right. Hole patterns look identical inside and outside. Only difference is the double hole down there, so we're good. No clue what we're talking about. I don't know how to say that one either. We're going to say Gale 352. Thank you for the sub. Snap mirror for the win. I haven't set up a snap mirror in a long time. We vaulted local and then mirror across. It's always fun. I never got to work on, this is only for NetApp folks, and I know we're getting off here. We should go back to 3D printing. I never got to work in cluster mode. I learned it, but it was not implemented by the time I left the group. So I always kind of wanted to get into that, but never had the chance to. All right, what else? And another question about why would you build this over another printer? Well, that's why we're building it. So I'm building it because we're going to see what it's like versus some of these other designs. I like this one because it seems to be a very sturdy build. Not that the other ones aren't. It's just there's there's very few printed parts. It's all bent metal and screws and such. So it looks pretty good. Plus, this is a kit from SecKit, and we've worked with SecKit in the past. And they seem to always put out some pretty good stuff. Plus, they're nice folks. So why not give it a try? Hmm? All right, then. What else? Sharp Looter. I like that name. Thank you for the sub. Last time you saw mainprint was 1988. They're a little different now. The first one I ever worked on was like 12 frames. It was a ES8000, if anybody knows what that is. Okay, we got a tip for everyone. If you want to make an extra cheap heated chamber, Fire-resistant drywall. Interesting. I've never seen drywall before. I think that is a great idea, Tom. We should do that. Was this printer designed for high temperature? I don't know if he has an easy way to seal it up. Peak would be a stretch, unless you, yeah, like you went really high temp, right? Yeah, Chris Travis, that's my problem. Like, I'd like to try other things, but I don't know that I could find anything that I'd be as happy with and still, you know, make a fair living. So I stay. I like my job. I like the people that I work with. Unfortunately, now, though, a lot of those people have left. So that's kind of sad. But it is what it is. Okay, what we got? G and H are stacked above I and J. Yep. I find it easier to ask this in this bottom part. And then we've got okay. Let's give it one more spin, shall we? I think it makes more sense the other way. To me, anyway. The way the diagram shows it. Starting to get a little heavy. Hello, John Strand. Thanks for stopping by. L. L is what we're ready for. Okay, so we good? We got this. We got it. Flags up. This guy on this side. None on this side. L. Actually, it's going to be much easier to put G on first. Cool. See you later, Gustner. Thanks for joining the stream, man. Rudolph, thanks for watching. Yeah, the Voron builds, there's been a lot of them lately. I try to come up with stuff that's a little different. This one, I haven't seen a lot of builds of these, so I thought this would be fun. Also, I mean, we're going to build a Voron. but I thought it would make it more fun, one, to do it live, in as few sessions as possible, and do it with Dave over at Print Solid. And he can give us all kinds of tips and tell us what all cool things are happening in the 3D printing world. It'll just be a good time all around. So that will be next weekend. If I get all my parts printed in time. If I do all of my homework. The Piper has been around forever. You're talking about the conduit printer? I've chatted with those folks before. It's always been very interesting. Inside the Mind of Matt built one a long time ago. Which I haven't talked to Matt Snow in ages. I'm guessing we have another bag of these. Yes, we do. Excellent. So what is everyone else going to do with their weekends besides hang out in their basement and build a printer? I'm hoping to get done with this and then go have some Japanese food because it sounds really good. Later, John. That one does not line up. What did I do wrong? Did I mistake J for K or something again? Nice. Watching some anime. You know, I never really got into anime. Well, that has to be somewhat right unless one of these is wrong. But I don't think it would have fit the other way. Let's try the other one. See what it looks like. That one looks good. Well, maybe not. It says the 4 holes should go up to the top. Hmm. There's another part. Going bowling, man. I haven't been bowling in years. Huh. No, sir? I don't like it. Let's see what we got wrong here. G in front. The front ones will line, either the side ones will line up or the front ones will line up, but not both. But G has to be, I mean, that's the only option you have. So I guess we'll pick a set and go with it. I love Ren and Stimpy. I haven't watched it in a long time, but I need to go back and watch. I probably wouldn't like it anymore, but I remember it as being fantastic. See ya, Alex. Old die-cast vehicles. Nice. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Getting ready for snow. Yes, I'm so looking forward to that time of year. Okay. This last one's going to be a bit tricky. But we can handle it. It's looking pretty good. It's like you could store stuff on this thing. Putting all of your filaments on a shelf. Filament! Organizing filament is still something that escapes me. I can never find the one that I really need. They're not... They've been smoothed pretty well. I mean, I wouldn't say they were, you know... Some of them are a little sharp, but they've done a pretty good job on it. Way better than a fresh cut, I can tell you that. A 24-inch thread. That's something they do recommend in the book. Like, get a, you know, square it up on something really flat, like ceramic or a piece of marble or something. As hard as I tried to get this table flat, it's still not as flat as I'd like it to be. still think those should line up. I'll have to go back and look at the book really good. Or maybe that one is supposed to be... No? I was going to say maybe it's supposed to be on the inside, but it's not. It's a cap. This one goes underneath the back too. That's how it works. All right. So there's the gist, physicists. The bottom frame brace should be on top of the bottom side rails. Yes, it is. Oh, you mean, so maybe, oh. Well, the side ones don't line up, but maybe, so this one should be on top of this one, is what you're saying. Okay. Let's slide this one on top. That might be what I'm thinking, why it looks funny. So the front one is, but I didn't put the bottom one on there. Ready for a benchy. Oh, there goes that one. Holes should line up, but not all are used. Okay. No, it's almost impossible to post any kind of link in YouTube chat. It's going to be really hard to do with two hands. This is the cap head bit. That's the first one that's lost forever too. We're now working on the next generation of lost screws in the basement. Alright. So it should go like this. See how that works. Oh my gosh. The amount of nuts and bolts that we found. Benchies. Man, we had swarms of benchies. I mean, it was ridiculous. Fix it till it's properly broken. If you haven't done it 3 times, you didn't do anything. All right. An open source CNC router mill. I would consider building it. I don't. It would have to be the right one because I don't know if I'd have the room. All right, that looks better. Thank you, Alan, for your guidance on this. Yeah, I love the SK Go. It's a great little machine that I think this one's going to be quite a bit higher quality than that one. New Iron Man competition. Chris finds barefoot in the basement. Yeah, you'd be. You might as well just dump a box of Lego on the floor. Try to walk over that. I still have it, Andy. I was thinking about it the other day. It's one of the few that I did not get rid of. I still have it. Andy is talking about the. What are those things called? Oh, I can't remember the name of them now. They're like MakerBot replicator clones. Starts with this. It's an acronym or something. I can't remember the name of it. But yes, I still have it. You built the MPCNC. I've heard mixed results about that one. Like maybe it wasn't sturdy enough for certain cuts or something like that. Like I guess it depends somewhat too on how big you build it. I've looked at building that before, but never really got off the ground to doing it. I need a crash course in setting up CNC jobs. There has to be a better software than what I'm using. But I haven't looked at it much. But I didn't see a whole lot of intuitive free options out there for CNC software. But I haven't looked at a lot. So if I get back into doing stuff like that, I really need to sit down and learn some stuff. It takes me forever to set them up, just because I don't know a whole lot about it. CTC, that's right. Yep, it's still around. Scott, thank you. I'm glad you like the new setup. I don't usually do much uh, off-stream setup. I usually do the whole thing with you all. So if there is, it won't be much. Now, if like Ernest comes back and says, "Hey, you really screwed that part up," I might fix it before the next stream. But no, I usually just do it all right here with you, lovely folks. Okay. I don't even know that this will stand up on this table. That might be a problem. If it does, it's going to barely just fit on the table. He's probably lurking. Oh, I missed a side. Well, let's flip it over yet. There we go. Now we're doing well. Maybe that's, Tom, I know you've been doing a lot of CNC. Maybe that's a stream we need to do. Walk me through setting up jobs and things like that. I'd like to get into it more, it's just, well, there's only so much time in a day. This summer was, usually I pick up something extra like that in the summer when I take time off. This summer was completely consumed with the basement remodel, so I didn't have that free time that I usually would. So maybe next year. I can get into something like that. All right. Now we got this thing where we wants it. Oh, napping. You're such a card. Alright, let's see if this thing will actually stand up in here. That's going to be a really hard build if it doesn't. Oh yeah, we got tons of room. Whoop, whoop. All four corners on the table, please. There you go. It's beautiful. So I got blue stuff on here. Come on, blue stuff. Okay. Now what do we do? Well, let's just go around and give a bit of a snug to all of these. Start getting it in shape, not completely tight, but getting to that position. We'll start there. Nap and I completely forgot to look at that, man. Your trident build you made, what is that? And a bender head? That would make it really sweet. And those are the 4mm ones. Made a Voron trident, but with a flare of napkin. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Trident Idex. Alright. When can I have it? Flare of napping. That's when I start to get worried. Where? Oh, these are cap heads. Should be the same range. Reach. Cool, check it out. As a new video, the 0.1 Japanese novel. I do like Stefan's videos. Got a nice ring to it. Man. Not even fully tight. That dude is not going anywhere. Nice. I'd say I'd put a level on it, but I know that table's not level. Man. I don't know if I could do any better than that. This side maybe a little bit. I think when you snug it up, though, it would pull it in. This way just a bit, but I think it's gonna square up pretty even, man. It looks pretty good. That rolled edge, it's a little hard to tell, but I like it. I like it. The tank does have 3-point, yes. I kind of like this. I can just kind of set it. I'm just like a nose. Ugga duggas. Perfect for stepper sound. Annex Engineering K3. Don't know that one. Which one's Legacy Bob talking about? Can't find the previous chat thingy. I've lost it. Sorry. Okay. Can this kit level the bed as with RatRig V Core? So this is RepRap. So I'm guessing this one is independent, right? So this one has Z belts. So it's true 3-point. That's what they like to call it. So if it's all out of whack, it'll test it and then it'll put it back. I look like Wilson. That's a show I haven't seen in a long time. Har, 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 har. Okay. So I say we just snug these up. I know it's boring watching me go around this, but where's my... These are probably 6s. Or 7s. Close enough. 0.9 steppers? I don't see why not. I don't know which ones these are. These are 0.9s. So some of them are, at least X and Y are. So, yes, no problem. This bit is getting wore out. Jose, thank you very much for the sub. How long will I be streaming for? Today we're probably going to go another 45 minutes or so, and then we'll come back tomorrow and finish this guy up, I hope. It's a bare Prusa, but yes, it's pretty much a Prusa, yeah. The bare frame adds a little volume to it. Plus, that one's got a lot of time on it. It's getting just a little bit sloppy. I did repair it not too long ago. I put some other bearings in it, but that thing gets a lot of print time. A lot. it is turning out Voron parts for next week's build. I'm way behind on my Voron part printing. So I usually don't leave the printers running while we live stream, but I didn't have a lot of choice this week. I just got started on it yesterday. I want to make sure I have enough time. $3mm belts now, huh? In ABS? Oh, let that be a surprise for next week. If you've been around the channel for a while, you know I don't necessarily like to do things the way people tell me to do them. So let's just let that be a surprise. Well, I'm sure there'll be more than enough chatter about it next week. We don't need to start on it now. What I could come grab? Come to Sweden? Put a wrench on these. I'd like to come to Sweden. We're building the switch wire, to answer your question. LDO now has a switch wire kit that we'll be checking out. See you later, Lars. I have kicked around a few times trying to get to the Sweden meetup. That would be awesome to get out there. We'll see how the Voron building goes. You never know. Get on the Voron bus. See, that's the problem. Is people keep telling me. I keep resisting. It's the only reason why I never took up smoking in the 90s, because everybody else did it. I think I got these already. Maybe not. Cool. We're about done. Stop resisting. It's like the Borg with you people. And not the hot ones. All right, that's a heck of a frame right there, folks. I like it. So what's next? Well, we got these side rods here, and those have like I was telling you before, they have a very clever little tool that you put those on with. So those go on with 230s. And confirm. So this is actually the front right here. And the Y bridges they do 2 10s in the front and then 30s in the back. So the 30s go all the way through, is my guess. Shiny. What did he say about 2 holes? Okay, 2. So the holes on top that I'm guessing your rail goes on are closer to the inside of the frame. That's all you need to worry about. So on these, you get to use your fancy printed tool. Where is it? I know I printed at least one out. See? Now you can't see anything in that side camera, but see, it holds the nuts. Can you use a flange nut with this, or do you have to use a regular one? See if it'll fit. You can. It's the little things. What did I do with my wrench? I think I just dropped it. I did. Because I was looking at chat. Is there a 5 cubed model? Not that I know of. That'd be a monster. Whoop! This almost feels like a party trick. No matter what you say, you cannot drink a gallon of milk in an hour. I don't believe you. Come on, printed tool. Don't fail me now. Ha! I did it. Probably should have done the first one first. Probably not a great idea to do this one second. In like 10 minutes. Of course you could. Mad Mike's here. What's up? I'm using the their flanged nuts that have the little splines on them. They usually work out pretty well. Problem is I can't see in there. It really drives me crazy that I can't see that. Alright, alright. It's definitely going to be easier to do the far one first. This is a learning curve. No! Oh, napping. Yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about there. They recommended you come over and say hi. Well, I'm glad you came over to say hi. Hi back. Thanks for coming over. Slightly lactose intolerant. So not only are you going to attempt it, it's going to be really painful at some points. Alright, one down. But now I know how it works. I've got its number, and it's 3. Oh no, but this one's on the other side, and my left hand is horrible. Did I seriously not put nuts on this one? What kind of slapdash stuff is going on here? Jeez. What, do you think it's just going to hold itself on? Are you willing it to stay there? I'm really hard on myself at these things. Come on now. Cool. I just happened to notice that. Okay. My other Y thing. Nice. YouTube is referring CNC kitchen washers over here. Thank you, YouTube. It's a new weight loss program, Nathan. The first one didn't go so well. That was just the test one, though. That was just to make sure I was ready. Okay, the second one didn't go so great either. And it rolled underneath there. I'm telling you, it's because it's on the left-hand side. Red light, what is up? Thank you for coming to the stream, Mike, and thank you for the compliments on the basement. This one I did the wrong way anyway. That's why it didn't work. That was just testing myself. Hey, yeah, he's installing garage doors, so it looks a lot like this program. Now I know where I've seen these parts before. Fun fact, I was putting in a garage door for my friend once. And, all of the tracks and everything came bundled together. And it was leaning up like on something, and I just happened to be standing close to it. And the whole pile of tracks fell and landed right across all of my toes. And most of them were broken. Yeah, it was a great day. Yes. It did not feel great. It hit him just right, too. Like, right on the first knuckle. Where'd it go? Oh. That wasn't too long ago. Oh, come on now. There we go. I've only dropped, 5 or 6 of these screws now. We're way under par for that. I think we got it. Now sit on it. Sit on it, Potsy. We have to sit on it while it's printing. That's the real challenge. It's a frame. And the rest of this is for carbon fiber. The frame part is done. What time is it? Yeah, we got time. Okay. So, yeah. I'm gonna need you to come in tomorrow. Playing a little bit of catch up. Lost some people in accounting. That'd be great. And, oh yeah. I need you to come in on Sunday as well. Rear brackets. So, do I really want to clean up anything? Not really. But we can slide it over a little bit. Now we need to build some our Z-axis belt brackets and the bed brackets that actually hold the bed up. So what we got? We need one of these, and this guy, and these, and what else? These are M3 by 8s and some M3 nuts. M3 by 8 and some M3 nuts. M3 nuts. Story of my life. Another part is finished. Where's my red stapler? I was told I could listen to the radio while I was collating. Scott Latine, what is up, Scott? I haven't talked to Scott in ages. Oh, these get 10s. The L bracket gets 8. These get 10s. Where's the 10s? See you later, Legacy Bob. We'll see you tomorrow. Two. There's that one. Next mount. printed bed fixed mount. What are we talking about here? So that is these ones. Okay. Holy frame, Batman! It's a monster. I'm really looking forward to this one. I don't say that with every printer build, as you know. I am looking forward to seeing how this one does. L-shaped clamp bracket base. That must be for to go onto the rail. I don't think this will cause anything not to clear if I use a 10. Well, an 8 is an 8 long enough. Let's see that. Noise canceling active on my mic. I think there's like some suppression or something maybe. Jordan's here. What is up? It is all steel. Workout time. It's a beast. I believe this is all stainless. Come on, man. I don't know how my other print jobs are doing over there. I never did check to see if that one actually started. Oh yeah, I did. It started. I remember. It did start. Yeah, this one kind of dwarfs the tool changer in that respect. Alright, so we got ones like so's, and one's meh, like so's, and this one gets a plastic part. Now, so he did all gray, so I did all red. Let's go with the red parts. Not that there's a whole lot of parts that are going to matter anyway, but, you know, to class up the place. The printed fixed mount has an 8mm for 8mm stainless ball, not for the M5 bolt. That's what those are. I was wondering, what are they going to use that for? And they want a 10. Alright, I got lots of those. Hypercube Evo. Haven't seen one of those in a little bit. Okay, there's that. So, let's look at these rails next. So now we're going to have to get to that part. There, over, there, excuse me, there. What do we got? Got a tiny little adorable rail. We got 3 450s, 12s, MGN 12s. And then we got 2 389s. And then 1 500 for the X. So that's that guy. I see what you're doing there. The rear point floats on the surface of the rear bracket, allowing for thermal expansion. Okay. And then those rails go right here. And then, all right, I think we know what we're doing. What's this thing doing? Nope, nope, go that way. There, all right. Yes, they are just generic rails that you see quite often. They don't have a brand on them. I would prefer these have the rubber stopper on them though, because they're much easier to install with the stopper rather than the zip tie on the end. That's okay. We can get around it. I really need to save a set of those. I keep getting them and then tossing them. I need to save a set for cases like this. Because you don't want to lose the block off the end of that. That's just no fun at all. Especially when you drop it on the floor. We've had those days here in the basement, haven't we? Where's... So it looks like not using a ton of screws on these. Like, let's just put a few in and see how it goes. So this one, they will fit towards the bottom there. So he's got them all the way up. Cool, cool, cool. Are you even still in a basement? Yes, I am still in a basement. Believe it or not. Still in a basement. Yeah, I'll get them on and then usually clean up the rail a bit. Yeah, I'm still at it. I'm only gonna go for a little bit longer today. I'll probably get these rails on and then quit, and then we'll finish up tomorrow. This one actually feels pretty smooth. If these are high when they do not say high one, which I've never seen a high one that didn't. What do they want for these? 8s? Yep. Oh, no, they're bolted through. I thought that was threaded for a second. We're just going to loosely put these on to start. And then we will find something to keep that block from falling off the rail. How many we got? We got, if I did one there, one there, one on the end. I can probably afford to do them all. You figure I have some extra M3 screws I could use if I wanted to do every one of these. I think I probably do. Five screws per rail. Just put a, yeah, I was figuring we would just use a longer one. what did it come with? Oh, it has a fly, a mellow fly. What number is it? CDY V2. Which some of those mellow boards are pretty good. How long of a screw do we have in a 3? Oh, there's some 20s here. Well, thank you, Rudolph. I appreciate that. Don't hurt yourself, though. Always wanted to take a drive on the Autobahn. I thought that'd be really cool. Ouch. That was something being dropped upstairs right on my head. Yes, Mellow has a few different ones, but yeah, they were one of the first ones that I saw run RRF of the more affordable boards. What now? The back one, front one. Well, this has been going pretty smooth so far. We haven't messed it up completely, so that's good. And I say we, because if you come to the stream, you're included. And if I mess up, it was also your fault. It's a trap. That's a trap. That was like the worst Akbar impression ever. Don't care. It's out there now. I am hungry. I just realized I haven't had any lunch. Alright. Let's put a longer one in the bottom here. I take full responsibility. We're all time shared. We'll work it out. It's like Ivan told me. Remember, we were doing that contest. Ivan's hilarious, man, and you didn't even see half of the interview that I had with him. Abraham, thanks for the sub. I should release just the whole conversation that I had with Ivan, because Ivan is hilarious. But he was one of the judges for the Printed Solid contest, and we went over every entry, and he had some sort of commentary for everyone. And but the one, I don't even remember what project it was. Like, I think it was like a flower, like he made a box to plant plants in or something, 3D printed. And Ivan's like, okay. So, and he says, the first thing he says is, okay, where are the plants? And then, you know, you gotta imagine how Ivan talks, but that got me going. and he said, "Okay, look, really, I can see where they're going here, but there's one problem." And then he goes, and then he follows that with, "And this is your fault. You didn't give him enough time." And after he said it was my fault, then I lost it. That was hysterical. But Ivan's just a good time. He's a good guy, and somebody I enjoy talking to. I'd hope that, I don't know that he's ever been to any of the Rip Rap festivals. That would be really cool to get to meet him in person. Mad Mike, thank you very much for the $5. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming to the stream. We don't get to see Mad Mike as much as we used to. It's a tarp. Nice. I like it. And what I do over here, I'm just going to kind of mimic what I did. One, two, skip a few. Then what I do, 3. Yep, like that. Cool. That'll work. I wonder if he has some sort of lineup tool for these. I mean, this one, it's pretty much in a channel, so it wouldn't be that hard to line up, but I do like those little printed parts that help you line them up. These are pretty much, there's nothing you can do about it. This one has just a little bit of left and right, but we'll worry about that after we get this last rail on. Okay. Nope, now we're screwed. Yep. Yeah, this weekend's just going to fly by. Doing these streams during the day, it's like, by the time I'm done here, day is over, especially when I'm going to be printing parts most of the day. And then it'll be time to go back to work again. All right. All right, long screw, not G10. What would be a good middle ground with bed leveling? Let me think. What have I seen out there? That might be good middle. For some reason I can't think of anything at the moment. It's got to be something. Who makes a better Ender 3 than the Ender 3? Anycubic Viper? I don't know anything about that one, but I've heard some. It was okay. I don't know. I'm gonna find out. Not noisy at all. Very quiet. Nice. It's like Alan is from the future. Oh, okay. I like lining things up eyeball, so I'm all for that. I'm very curious how that's gonna work. There's a lot of features on this thing that I'm interested in. You're fired! McFly! We've got to go back. It's your kids, Marty. It's your kids. We have to go back to the future. Liking the build better than the FT6. James, I agree with you. I think I spent like 3 days on that FT6. I'm still not super happy with it. IKEA needs to start building 3D printers out of their furniture. I've seen people do it. IKEA just needs to start making one. All right. So this one's, and this one's. This one goes like this. They would name their 3D printer. Oh, who knows? Jeff. I'm sorry. I knew that. I like it, Bob. I like it. It's refreshing to see a different design. And now, here's where I always ask the question, where am I going to put it? And then Tom says, Tom's house. And we laugh. Can you send it to me in Belgium? There it is. That's not an 8. Fact. I think those are going to have to be 6s. Copying your pro. Do you have a purple switchwire, Jordan? Don't
Just
worry,
for free,
it's going to be
smiling
very
face.
different. Just for free. Thank you very much for the 6. Yeah, don't you worry, Jordan. Everything will be told next weekend. It's going to be interesting. Jordan, did you get your switch wire? Did you buy some sort of kit, or did you just like get the frame from LDO and then source it? Nice. All of my, if I do imagine it manage to get around to a V0, all of my parts are blue, so we won't clash there. All right, then we can put this back on. Pre-LDO days, okay. Build a trident. So many different names coming with LDO machine or Voron machines. It's good days in the 3DP world. I don't know, man. They're all right, I guess. All right. And these the right front point floats in a slot, allowing the bed to thermally expand. The rear point floats. So the fixed mount goes on the left bracket. Guess that makes sense, since the rail is on this side. Streaming tomorrow, yes, we will be here tomorrow to hopefully finish this thing up. I don't know if we'll finish it or not, but we will give it a good try. You're an awesome machine. Jordan is an awesome machine. Dr. Freon? That is an awesome name. Thank you for the sub. It's getting close to dinner time now, but I'm going to have pre-dinner dinner. All right. Okay, so all of the Z bed brackets are on. All of the Z rails are on. The next thing would be to put on the back. I almost hate to put the back on because I wanted to leave the elephant on here. I really like this elephant guy. He's so cool. Which way does it go on? Maybe I... You know how many people would be so irritated if I left that paper on this when I put it on? But that is exactly something that I would do just to do it. So there's a notch out right here, and you got three. Yes, same time tomorrow. I'm 11 to 3 Central, noon to 4. It might run a little longer than that, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, same time. Pizza. Leave it on. Do it. Because, I mean, look how cool it would look with the elephant on here. Oh, it's kind of through his face, though. It'd be better if it wasn't. That's awesome. People would be so irritated by that. Cool. All right. So I think that's where we're going to leave it for today, everyone. Who just subbed? Sauce. I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you very much for the sub, though. You need to keep him. Leave a noticeable piece behind to keep him. All right. So same time tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get this thing up and running. Get a test sprint going. Thank you for everybody that joined today. I know it's been a long time. I'm glad most of you enjoyed the new setup. I have completely demolished it here today, but that's what the main goal was. So we'll fix it up. Thanks for all the super chats and the support. I appreciate it. It really does help out. And we'll get this thing going. It looks like a good machine. Pretty excited to see it print. So we'll see what happens. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. And do something awesome. I don't know. I'll see you later.